about it now, or? Sure. Okay.
Hold up. This is CR 2020-001818-001, State of Arizona versus Michael Turney. Let the record show the presence of counsel and the defendant. Go ahead.
Your Honor, we just wanted to talk about a couple of brief things before the jury comes out here. The state let us know last night that they're going to be calling a couple of witnesses today that we weren't expecting, and so we weren't able to file motions in limine in advance. So we like to discuss a couple of things on the record to make sure we're on the same page. In the state, we spoke with Mr. Bailey. He's on the same page, but I just want to make sure that the record is clear.
Okay.
So I don't know how you want me to do that.
Let's not do it now,
okay.
But I appreciate you letting me know, and I'll find a time soon for us to do that.
And then I think we might want to do either break for lunch early or come back early because there's another witness who the state is intending to call in defense's position is that he may need an attorney appointed.
Okay. All right. We'll break for lunch a couple minutes early.
And then one more thing, Your Honor. Mr. Turney has indicated that he has he has a medical condition. He has a vein issue in his leg. This is the first day of trial that they've put on ankle, a knee restraint. He's having a really difficult time sitting. He still has the belt on, but it's very uncomfortable for him. He doesn't think that he can get up for the jury. Is there anything that we can do about removing the ankle restraint?
Is it only a problem when he stands up?
No, it'll be an issue. His leg will swell because the blood flow, it's cutting off circulation to his legs.
Okay. So we'll take that up before lunch as well. In the meantime, when the jury comes in, he doesn't have to stand up. All right. Anything else before we bring the jury in?
Yes, sir. I thought you did this in the jury instructions preliminary, but maybe I'm wrong, but it's the appropriate time. Could you please advise the jurors of a victim's right to decline an interview?
There is a final jury instruction that exists in the Raji's, so I didn't do it in the preliminaries. It's not a standard preliminary, but it is a standard final. And so I was planning on talking to you about final jury instructions within a couple of days anyways, so you'll let me know that that's going to be a state's requested.
Yes.
Anything else? All right, then let's get Mr. Turney back on the witness stand, and Angela, you can bring the jury in.
Because I grabbed a bunch. Because I don't know if any of these actually work. It's one of those they might. I don't really need them.
Please be seated. We are back on the record in State versus Turney. Let the record show the presence of counsel, the defendant, and the jury. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Great to see you back this morning. Thank you so much for making it back on time. I really appreciate that. Let the record show that witness John Turney is back on the witness stand. Sir, I'll remind you that you are still under oath. And Mr. Bailey, you may resume your direct examination of the witness whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. We left off talking about one of the areas we left off talking about was where you were living at various points. And we spoke about Alissa coming to live with you for a short period of time, approximately 2 weeks, I think is what you said. Do you know why she came to live with you?
Just from what I know, it was just there was some turmoil in the house, and I believe they needed a break from each other.
All right. And when you say they, are you referring to the defendant, your stepfather, and Alissa Turney?
Correct.
Now, do you remember where you were living when you found out Alissa had disappeared?
I'm sorry, I don't.
How did you find out that Alissa had disappeared?
Probably just the same way everyone else did. The letter and I think they tried to look at some videos or whatnot.
Maybe that's a poor question on my part. Did the defendant tell you or call you that Alissa had disappeared?
Yes.
All right. And was that how you initially found out that she was missing?
Correct.
All right. Once you found that out, what did you do personally?
I don't know that there was a whole lot I could have done. I wouldn't know where she would have gone.
Did you, for instance, go over to the house that they were living at?
Yes.
That was the 17217 address?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of what you did when you arrived at their house?
I don't.
Do you recall looking into her room?
I don't remember if I went into a room or not. I know I was asked to, get a hold of the friends that I knew to see if they maybe knew where she was.
Okay. And when you said you were asked to, was that by the defendant?
Correct.
Now, without saying anything you were told, did you ask Sarah about what happened or for information?
I don't remember conversations much with Sarah about it.
Did you speak to Sarah at all at the house or see her?
I'm sure I did, but I don't remember a conversation or anything.
Okay. So because you showed up at that 17217 address, you said you don't remember exactly where you were living, but were you living locally?
I was living in Phoenix, yes.
Okay. Do you recall prior to that day when the last time you had spoken to Alissa or seen Alissa?
I don't remember an actual day. I'm sure within a couple of weeks of that time.
Can you described your relationship a little bit with Alissa. Had your relationship with Alissa changed in the weeks and months leading up to when she disappeared?
No.
Were you still close?
Yes.
Okay. Before I forget, we talked about some family. Does Alissa also have some aunts?
Yes.
And one of those is one of those an aunt that lives in California?
Did, yes.
And when I say Alissa, was that aunt as yours as well?
Yes.
And when you say did, does that mean she passed away?
Correct.
And how close were you and Alissa to that aunt?
I was closer in the family than anybody to Lynette. How much contact Alissa actually had with Lynette, I'm not terribly sure.
Was it someone that she had ever gone to stay with?
I don't believe so.
And was it someone that she lived with before?
No.
Okay. Now, you said you went over to the house, you had a conversation with the defendant. You believed you looked around the house, possibly in her room. Did the defendant tell you anything about attempting to see if video surveillance had captured Alissa?
I vaguely remember going maybe over some videos to see if she had left or if there was any evidence of her leaving the house.
Did the defendant tell you that the video surveillance did not show Alissa leaving?
I believe that's correct.
After going to that 17217 residence, what did you do in the days and weeks following?
That's a bit of a blur, but I think I remember, like I said, contacting some of her friends that I knew better than maybe the rest of the family did. But the response was always the same. No one had seen her.
Okay. Was there a person, based on your personal knowledge, if you know, was there a person in the family who everyone left to do the bulk of the searching?
I believe our father.
Okay. Okay. At some point, did you become aware of a purported phone call made by Alissa to the defendant?
Yes.
Do you recall about how long after you found out Alissa had disappeared that this call, you were informed about this call?
I don't remember the timeline of the phone call.
And to be clear, maybe a poor question, but you weren't at the residence when this call came in?
No.
So did you find out about this call from the defendant?
Correct.
And excuse me if I asked this question already, but did the defendant tell you anything about what was said or if anything was said during that call?
I don't remember if there was an actual conversation or that she left a message other than he was trying to get the actual phone number from that particular payphone.
Okay. Now, at some point in the years following, did police contact you and interview you?
I believe I had one interview with Summer Shoe.
Okay, and do you remember approximately when that was?
I don't.
Would 2008 or 2009 sound accurate?
I would believe it would be in the same time that they contacted my sister Sarah for the same interview.
So we're talking about years after Alissa went missing.
I believe so.
One more minute. Just two more questions, Mr. Turney. Since May 17, 2001, have you heard from Alissa?
I have not.
And have you seen Alissa?
I have not.
No additional questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Cross-examination. Ms. Hicks.
Oh, you put it up there. Thank you. Good morning, sir. I want to start with some background questions about your relationship with Alissa. These might seem like I'm asking a lot of details about it, but it's because there's a jury here that doesn't really know very much about you or your family.
Sure.
Okay. You're Alissa's older half-brother,
Correct.
and your mother is Barbara Turney.
Correct.
Okay? Alissa's mother is also Barbara Turney.
Correct.
You share the same father, but not the same mother.
No. Same mother. Yeah.
I
not
should
the same father.
clarify. Say the same mother, not the same biological father.
Correct.
Okay. Now, your mother, Barbara, married Mike when you were a child.
Yes.
And later, Mike adopted both you and Alissa.
Correct.
You were raised by Mike.
Pretty much, yes.
So was Alissa.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
And there was a total of 6 children in the family.
Yes.
So your 3 stepbrothers,
Correct.
Rhett, James, Mike Jr.,
Correct.
Sarah,
Yes.
Mike and Barbara's daughter,
Yes.
Alissa,
Yes.
and you.
Correct.
Now, you and Alissa were not Mike's biological children,
Correct.
but you and Alissa called him Dad.
Yes.
Mike adopted both of you.
Correct.
And even though you and Alissa were adopted, you told the police that Mike didn't treat you or Alissa any differently.
Correct.
He raised you as his own children.
He did?
In fact, in 2008, you told the police that your father went out of his way to make sure you and Alissa were happy.
He did.
Now, sir, I'd like to turn now to some of the differences between how you and your sisters were raised. I know this was a long time ago, so if you don't remember, that's okay. But yeah, I do want to clarify some things. So you and your brothers were quite a bit older than your sisters.
Yes.
And there was some point where all of the brothers had moved out from the house.
Right.
After you and your brothers moved out, your father raised your 2 sisters.
Correct.
It was his first time raising daughters.
Yes.
And prior to Alissa and Sarah, he only had boys to raise.
Yes.
Now, after your mother's death, and after you and your brothers moved out, Mike was left to raise the girls on his own.
Correct.
He was a single dad.
Yes.
And you said during your police interview that Mike wasn't sure how to raise 2 girls after the rest of us left.
Yes, it was difficult.
And you're referring to the rest of us as you and your brothers.
Right.
And you were in your 20s at the time that Alissa was a teenager?
Yeah.
Okay. And you noticed that there were some differences between how your father raised Sarah and Alissa than how he raised you and your brothers.
Yes.
Your father was stricter in some ways.
Yes, I can imagine, again, boys and girls are different.
Right. So dating, he was stricter with dating.
Average, just daily, I guess the daily run in the house would be different, yes, with the girls.
Yeah. The girls had a stricter curfew.
As far as I know, yes.
He needed to know who they were spending time with.
Yes.
And again, I mean, you said this just a minute ago. This is because boys and girls sometimes need to be parented differently.
Yes, and again, being a single father, I'm sure it's difficult to make that switch.
Sure. I mean, is it fair to say that sometimes a teenage girl might be more vulnerable in certain situations than a teenage boy?
I can imagine. Yes.
Teen pregnancy,
Sure.
sexual assault.
Right.
So there are different concerns for a parent of a girl than a parent of a boy.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you said in the police interview that you didn't see your father's rules as excessive.
If you say so, like I said, I have very little recollection of the actual interview.
Yeah.
But
And I understand this was a long time ago.
right.
You know, it was 15 years ago, in 2008. So I understand that there might be some things that you don't recall, and that's okay. But if it's something that you said in a police interview, was it something that you believed was true at the time?
And possibly, and I wasn't at the house a whole lot, so everything I kind of see is face value.
Sure. But you did tell the police that you didn't see your father's rules as excessive.
Sure.
Now, there was actually a point where you grew tired of your father's rules.
Yes.
You couldn't live at home anymore because you didn't like how strict your father was.
Yeah, and then just teenage angst, and
Yeah.
I was ready to leave.
Yeah. And you said in your police interview, it was easier to find another place to live and make my own rules.
Correct.
So you left home at 17 years old?
Yes, to start college.
Okay. Same age as Alissa when she disappeared?
Yes.
Now, Alissa would have been 11 or 12 years old when you left home.
That sounds about right.
So she was still living at home.
Yes.
She knew you left.
Yes.
And you ended up making it on your own.
Correct.
And when you moved out, you got to make your own rules, I'm assuming.
Yes.
And I mean, you said in your police interview that you didn't take the rules at home very well.
No.
No, you didn't say that, or no, you didn't take
No,
them?
I didn't. No, I think I didn't take rule very well.
Okay. And you said neither did Alissa.
No, she was a lot like me.
Now, sir, I want to move to, and you talked about a little bit about this on direct about a time where Alissa lived with you.
Yes.
Okay. Alissa lived with you and your brother Mike for a short period of time.
Correct.
2 weeks.
Correct.
Okay. You were in your 20s?
Yes, at that time I would have been 21, 22.
Okay. And Alissa was 15 or 16?
That sounds about right.
And this was about a year before her disappearance?
That sounds about the right timeline.
Okay. And at that time, Alissa wasn't getting along with your father.
Correct.
Alissa wasn't getting along with Sarah.
Correct.
And I mean, in fact, you told the police that Alissa and Sarah were constantly going at it.
I'm sure that's probably what I said, but again, 2 teenage daughters, I'm sure.
Yeah. They were really at each other's throats back then.
Again, I don't see everything that goes in the house, but I'm sure words are exchanged.
Is that? I mean, am I asking? Is that what you told the police in 2008?
Again, I don't recall.
Now, your father had a lot of rules in the house.
Yes.
He was strict,
Yes.
and Alissa was carefree.
To some extent, sure.
I mean, you described her to the police as carefree.
She was, like I said, she was wandering spirit like me.
Free spirit.
Yep.
She wanted to live her life the way she wanted to.
I believe so.
She smoked marijuana every day.
The frequency, I'm not sure.
Well, you at least knew that she smoked marijuana.
Yes, I did.
And she didn't try to hide it from anyone.
No.
It was an open, out in the open.
Correct.
She was going to parties.
The parting I'm not aware of.
Well, you told the police in 2008 that she was going to parties.
That she was going to parties. I mean, if that's what I said, I don't remember much of the partying part.
Yeah, and that's understandable. But I'm asking, if that's something that you said in a police interview, is that something that you believed at the time?
That sounds correct.
Okay. Drinking.
I'm sure.
Now, your father wouldn't let Alissa drink underage.
Probably not.
Wouldn't let her smoke weed.
Yeah, probably not.
She had a curfew.
Yes, I'm not sure what the curfew was, but yes.
She had to tell her father where she was going when she left the house.
Yes, I do remember that she had to give details where she was going and where she'd be and when she'd be back.
And Alissa wanted freedom.
I would assume so.
You said Alissa just kind of went out and did what she wanted.
That probably sounds correct.
You said she was open sexually.
Yes, as far as that.
You said she wasn't quiet about it, that's for sure.
No. She confided a lot in me.
Okay. You described her as an early bloomer.
Yes, she was.
Now, there was a time that Alissa was living with you that you got upset with her. I don't know if you know what I'm referring to, but there was an incident where she slept with your neighbor.
Okay, yes.
Alissa was 15, 16.
Correct.
The neighbor was in his 20s.
I would assume so. I didn't really know him much.
And you said your father was aware of this.
Yeah, I don't remember the circumstances of how that was made apparent, but I do believe so, yes.
It's obviously concerning for a parent.
Right.
Alissa was a minor.
Yes.
The neighbor wasn't.
No.
I mean, that's statutory rape.
All right.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about Alissa's boyfriend at the time. And I know yesterday, Mr. Bailey had asked you some questions, briefly about him. And I'm not bringing up these questions to try to embarrass you, to try to embarrass him, but to get a sense of what their relationship was like at the time. Okay. So you knew that Alissa had a boyfriend at the time of her disappearance, right?
Correct.
They dated for 6 months.
I don't remember how long.
Short period of time.
Okay.
And you didn't like him.
Not so much I didn't like him. I'm very strongly opinionated, and
Yeah.
No, but I, like any brother, I would say that no one's really good enough.
Yeah, I mean, you told the police that Alissa was out of his league.
And yes.
Yeah. You said he was a loser.
Yes.
I'm having difficulty.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll talk closer to the mic. Is that better? Okay.
Hey, counsel, if you bend it so that it's directly, there you go.
All right. Thank you. You said her boyfriend was a loser.
That sounds probably about right.
Dumpy.
Yes.
You said no one in the family liked him.
I don't think us brothers probably liked anyone she would have dated. But,
Okay. So none of the brothers liked him.
not to my knowledge.
Okay. You were surprised Alissa was dating him.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, because again, she was out of his league.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Now I want to turn now to how you found out about Alissa's disappearance, and I know we got into some of this on direct, but your father called you the night that Alissa went missing.
That sounds about right.
He was concerned.
Of course.
He thought maybe you had heard from Alissa,
Yes.
but you hadn't.
Correct.
Now, your father asked you to come to the house to see if anything was off.
But I vaguely remember that time, but that would make sense, yes.
Now, your father had surveillance cameras around the house,
Yes.
one outside.
I don't remember them all, but I'm sure there was one in the driveway and whatnot.
Okay. So one inside, one outside.
Object at this point, Judge, to personal knowledge. I believe the witness testified that he was not aware of those.
Counsel, can I hear the question again?
There was a camera inside and outside.
The witness may answer if he knows.
I was not aware of the cameras inside until everyone else knew at that point.
Okay. Now, when you were asked about any surveillance on the day that Alissa went missing, this was about 7 years after her disappearance, right?
Correct.
It's during that police interview.
I don't remember that part of the interview, but sure.
Yeah. So, Detective Summershoe asked you whether or not your father showed you any surveillance footage of the day that Alissa went missing.
Okay. I guess you're referring to the report, correct?
And you told him that your father probably showed you the surveillance tape because that's something he would have done.
Right.
But you didn't remember seeing Alissa in the video.
I don't remember, no.
But if you had seen Alissa, that's probably something you would have remembered.
If I had seen her in the tape.
It would have been significant.
Correct.
Now, you told the police that Alissa knew where the cameras were in the house.
Yeah, I don't remember who told me that they were there, but like I said, by that time I would have known. And I remember some discussions on the videos in the house.
I understand, but the question is whether you told the police that Alissa knew the cameras were in the house.
I'm sure she probably did when she found out.
And you told the police that she knew how to get out of the house without being seen.
I'm sure she probably figured that out.
Object to personal knowledge for that. How did you know?
Well, I think the question was, did he say that to the police? So the objection's overruled. The answer may stand.
Sir, during your police interview, you talked with the detective about some of Alissa's personal belongings, things that she cherished, right?
I don't remember that part of it, no, but.
Well, there was a conversation that you had with the police about items that Alissa found significant.
Okay.
Would it help if I had you listen to a portion of that interview?
Sure.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor. I apologize. These headphones are kind of weird. And then let me know if you can hear it.
I got that.
Okay. Right. So, sir, you just listened to a clip of your police interview from 2008.
Correct.
And there was some questioning in there about some of Alissa's jewelry, keepsakes.
Yes.
So you knew that Alissa had some of your mother's jewelry,
Yes.
and there was a necklace of your mother's that she wore occasionally,
Correct.
but it wasn't something she wore all the time.
To my knowledge, no.
You said it wasn't exactly modern jewelry.
Right.
Right? It was from the 80s.
Right.
You said Alissa liked to wear trendy jewelry.
Correct.
Sir, I want to talk now about what your father did to find your sister. During your police interview, you stated that your father spent a lot of time trying to track Alissa down.
Correct.
You said that he spent $50,000.
That's what I was told.
May I object to personal knowledge, how the witness knows this?
You can address that on redirect. The question was whether he said that to the police. The answer may stand.
And you said that finding Alissa consumed him.
That sounds right.
You said he took several trips to California.
I did not witness most of it myself, but that's what I was told, yes.
Passed out flyers with Alissa's information.
I remember some of that, yes.
He sued Quest to get the phone records of a call he received from California.
I remember some of the conversations about that, yes.
Okay. He worked with NASCAR to get a picture of Alissa on the hood of the car.
Correct.
And you went to a race where that car was racing.
I did.
Alissa's photo was on national TV.
Correct.
The John Walsh Show,
I don't remember which one, but yeah.
but national TV
It
program.
was. Correct.
Now, you told the detective that your dad made a mistake in focusing all of his attention on Alissa.
If that's what it said, okay. It makes sense.
You said he neglected Sarah.
I'm sure she was jealous of the time, correct?
You thought your father was going overboard with his search to find Alissa.
That's
Object to opinion.
May I hear the question again?
You thought your father was going overboard with his search to find Alissa.
I'll allow it. The witness may answer.
at the time, it might have sounded excessive.
Okay. So is that something that you said?
If that's what the interview said.
You thought that Mike should focus more on his daughter at home?
I'm sure I said that.
Okay. Now, sir, your first interview was with the Phoenix Police in 2008.
I vaguely remember, but that sounds about the right timeline.
You spoke with the police on September 23rd, 2008,
Correct.
September 30th, 2008.
I don't remember a second interview.
I believe one was a phone interview and one was in person.
I'm sure it's probably right. I don't remember a phone interview.
Well, you spoke with the police in 2008.
Okay.
That was your first time speaking with them, correct?
Okay. Correct.
Okay. And the defense team actually asked you to participate in an interview.
For the trial?
Yes.
I'm not sure.
You didn't get notified of an interview request?
Not to my unless the advocate had said something about it, but I don't remember a direct question. The only one I talked to was the prosecution, and I didn't talk to them before the trial.
Were you aware that defense had requested an interview?
Like I said, I don't know if she made it clear that you guys were requesting. They just asked if I wanted to talk to the defense.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Sir, I have a couple of questions about the NASCAR event that we talked about earlier. Because you had stated that you were at that event.
Correct.
Was your father at the event as well?
Yes.
Did you pass out flyers or anything?
I don't remember. It's possible. I don't remember if we did or not.
And then do you remember what year that was?
I don't.
Okay. Sir, my last section is about Alissa, about describing Alissa.
Okay.
Out of all of the siblings, you were the closest to Alissa.
Correct.
Unlike the other siblings, you knew her since she was born.
Correct.
And even after you moved out, you stayed in contact with Alissa.
I did.
You would talk on the phone sometimes,
Correct.
sometimes visit in person at the house.
Yes.
She lived with you at some point.
Correct.
I mean, you had a relationship with her entire life.
I did.
Okay. Which the other family members can't say.
Correct.
Now, you remember Alissa as a hyper kid.
She was, yes.
You told the police that she was prescribed Ritalin at some point.
I believe so, yes.
She had a hard time in school,
Yes.
had a hard time sitting still,
Yes.
concentrating.
Yes.
She didn't particularly like school.
I don't really know if she liked or disliked school.
She had no plans to go to college.
Not that to my knowledge.
Now, you described her as someone with a quick temper,
She had a temper, yes.
someone who did what she wanted.
At times, yes.
You described her as not very smart.
Yeah, she would tell you she's not. She wasn't terribly smart.
You said Alissa didn't make great choices.
Yeah, she didn't make terrible choices, but I think she made quick decisions.
You said she didn't have very many inhibitions.
I don't have too many knowledge of said inhibitions.
Well, and I'm not asking you for specific examples. I'm asking you if that's something that you told the police, that she didn't have very many inhibitions.
If that's what I said in my interview.
I mean, would you like to review the police report?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. So, yes, that is something that you told the police.
Okay, yes.
Alissa was outgoing,
She was?
flirtatious.
Sure.
And you said of Alissa that she was kind of like your mother. If someone tickled her fancy, she would cling on to them against her better judgment.
That was probably true.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor. All right. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hicks. Mr. Bailey, any redirect?
All right, so you were asked a number of questions about Mr. John Lackman and your personal observations of him.
Correct.
Do you believe, was he someone that was concerning to you in the sense of Alissa's safety?
No, I did not see him as any concern.
You talked about a number of things that the defendant did to look for Alissa. you stated that you were also, on direct, you stated you also were not around that often. How did you find out about many of the things the defendant did?
A lot of the stuff was just what I was told, what was being done in the search for her.
Was one of those individuals telling you that, the defendant?
Yes.
You spoke about Alissa's grades and how well she did in school. Did you ever actually observe the grades that she was receiving while in school?
I don't remember witnessing grades. I might have seen them, but I don't remember. I just remember they weren't terrible, but they weren't great.
You've said a lot of things on cross-examination about the witness, or excuse me, about Alissa's behavior and demeanor. She was your obviously biological sister.
Correct.
Would you have described her as a good kid?
She was. I would describe her very much the way I was. I was very outgoing, and I didn't like rules, but at the same time, I wasn't terrible either. But I stayed out of trouble as much as I could. I didn't get into too much trouble.
Judge, I apologize, but may we approach?
On or off?
On, please.
You may.
All right. You said that Alissa enjoyed her freedom. Based on your relationship with her, does she want freedom from you?
No.
You said that Alissa, when you moved out, you spoke about moving out on cross-examination.
Okay.
Did you let people know that you were moving out?
Yes.
Did you tell people you would be moving out?
To my knowledge, anybody who needed to know.
Did you take your stuff with you when you moved out?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Please tell me. It appears that there are none. Thank you, sir. You may resume your seat in the back of the courtroom if you'd like. For our juror who is having trouble hearing, you hearing okay? We do have headphones, if that will help.
Sometimes attorney hits her face, his head.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for letting us be aware of that. Appreciate that. State may call its next witness.
If I may have one moment just to check
Sure.
the witness.
Sure.
Thank you, Judge. State calls James Turney to the stand.
Sir, if you'll please come forward and approach the clerk, she'll get your name from you and swear you in. Yes.
Makes sense.
And sir, if you'll please take a walk up the ramp and have a seat on the witness stand here to my right. Mr. Bailey, you may proceed with your direct examination whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm James Turney.
Okay, and what do you currently do for work?
I'm a consultant, IT,
And where do you live? In what state?
Oregon.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll jump right into this. Did you do a police interview for this case?
Yes.
All right. We heard from obviously just John Turney. How are you related to the defendant?
She is my stepsister legally. Yeah.
Sorry, I said the defendant.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. He's my father.
All right. And who are your biological brothers?
Rhett and Michael. Seth.
Michael, Seth. Right. And is Sarah your biological sister?
Yes.
And how is Alissa related to you?
This is my stepsister.
Okay. Prior to Alissa moving in with you and John, where were you living?
In Phoenix at the
Right.
Villarita house.
And who was who are you living with?
It was me, my brother Rhett, my brother Michael, and my dad.
At what point did your father marry Barbara?
Sometime in the 80s.
Okay. And is that when and when did Alissa excuse me. And you said in the 1980s, was your father at that time working?
Yes.
Okay. What was he doing at that time?
He was an electrician.
And where did your father work prior to being an electrician?
He was a deputy sheriff.
Okay. You said he married Barbara in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Was that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
And can you tell us about the living arrangements? Who was living with who for the next about 10 years or so? Or probably until the point you move out.
So I guess we were all living at the Villarita house. It was me, my brother Rhett until he joined the Army, and there was Michael, Alissa, Sarah, and John,
Okay.
and my dad and Barbara until she passed on.
And you said Barbara passed, and we've heard a little bit about that. Do you recall when she passed away?
It was 1993, I believe.
Did your family move a lot?
No.
What addresses do you recall living at?
2954 West Villarita.
Okay.
Primarily. When I was very young, I lived in Maryville, and then we did live 1 year in Redding, or technically Anderson, California.
Okay. I guess a good question to ask would be at what point did you move out of that household?
About 2 years after Barbara's passing.
So would this have been approximately in 1995 or 1996?
Roughly, yes.
Who was living with the defendant at that time?
At that time, it was me, my sister Alissa, and sister Sarah. I think Michael and John had moved out by that time. I think. I'm not 100% sure.
And when you moved out, did you move somewhere local at that time?
When I moved out, yes, I went to live with my mother for a year when I was going to ASU, and then I moved in to an apartment in Tempe.
Did you maintain contact with the family after you moved out?
Up to a point when I was no longer allowed to.
And what was your relationship with Alissa like prior to moving out?
Like a lot of my siblings, I'm kind of like the sub-parent. So it was seen as kind of like not a little bit more than a bigger brother. So it was the one who, when they were younger, you know, if my dad or my stepmom weren't around, I was the one making sure that they were up and moving, had food, did their homework, cleaned their rooms, got to school. Later, after Barbara passed, my dad was very ill when we got back into Phoenix, and I even did like school conferences and stuff like that with teachers.
All right. So we're still at the point where it's approximately 1995, and prior to that, when you moved out, what was your relationship with Alissa like?
You know, I would take them to the movies and hang around the house, make sure that everybody was where they were supposed to be, that I knew where they were at if they were going to their friend's house or that kind of stuff.
Probably a poor question. Did you two get along?
Pretty much.
And at this time, was Alissa younger, around 10, 11 years old?
I think so, maybe a little younger than that. I'm not sure.
Up until the point when you moved.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And was Sarah was your biological sister, correct?
Yes.
And was your relationship with Sarah and Alissa similar in the sense of what you felt you did with them and responsibilities wise?
Pretty much. I would say I had to keep a closer eye on Sarah, and Alissa was pretty good about, at least with me, following the rules when she'd go to her friend's house and coming back, that kind of stuff.
After you had moved out, so we're talking while you're still living locally, did you visit Alissa? Would you see Alissa?
When I was allowed to.
Okay. And at some point, do you move out of state?
I moved out of state just after 9/11. So yeah, in October 2001.
Okay. And so from when you moved out in 1995 to 1996, up until October of 2001, you were not living at the residence where your father was at, but you were still living locally? Is that
yes,
fair?
I was in Tempe for a while and then in Chandler.
All right. Regarding Alissa, and were you aware of what she did during the day, like her daily life?
While I was out of the house?
While you're at the house?
Most of the time she went to school. She played with her friends. She was very active. So.
Okay. And one moment, Your Honor. All right. Without getting into the reason why, you said there was a period of time where you did not have contact with Alissa and Sarah.
I did not have direct contact, yes.
Okay. However, were you able to reestablish your relationship with them in the months preceding when Alissa disappeared?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that? Well, how did you reestablish that a relationship? What types of things did you do?
We went to the movies a couple of times. We went to Big Surf. I was allowed to do outings like that, and then to come over.
And so did you have conversations with Alissa?
Yes.
And did Alissa tell you things that were going on in her life?
Yeah, she talked about her friends a lot. She talked about the problems at home.
Are you aware of some of Alyssa's friends?
Most of the friends that I was aware of were Stacy and Katie when she was a little bit younger. I knew of Charity, and I can't remember all of their names. She had a lot of friends. She was very social.
Based on the time that you spent with Alissa prior to 1995 and 1996, was there a brother that Alissa appeared to be closest with?
Definitely. It was John.
Okay. And we've heard about this, and you were in the courtroom, were they biological brother and sister?
Yes.
We heard a little bit of a description from John already, but could you describe just Alyssa's general physical appearance?
She was probably close to my height, or maybe a little bit shorter. Blonde hair, dressed well.
And what's your height?
I'm 5'7".
Okay, and was she average build?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now we're going back to after you reestablished relationship with her, were you aware of her having any pets?
No, I do for some reason think that there might have been a ferret for some reason. Now I don't know why.
Okay. Were you aware if she had a cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. Did you meet a boyfriend of hers?
Yes.
Who was that?
John.
And you said you personally met him.
Yes.
What were your impressions of Mr. Lackman?
I thought he was incredibly sweet and nice guy.
Okay. All right, you spoke about the defendant a little bit, but could you describe, and that's your father, that's your biological father, correct?
Yes.
And you see him in the courtroom today?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, and if you could identify him and state where he's seated.
He's to the left, Ms. Hicks.
Okay, may the record reflect that the witness identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
Thank you. Back in 2001, was the defendant, did the defendant need assistance of like a wheelchair?
No.
Was he a physically capable individual?
Incredibly so.
Okay. Did you know about the recording system that was used at residences?
Yes.
Okay. And which residences were you aware of recording systems for?
All of them.
Okay. And was this based on you personally observing them?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to focus right now on the 17217 residence. Where were there video surveillance in that house as far as the cameras?
The only one I know of was with the carport area.
All right.
Yeah.
That's the only one you had personal knowledge of?
That's the only one I ever saw.
Do you know of where the recording system for that was located?
It was in the kitchen on like the counter.
All right. Are you aware of whether there was a recording system for the telephones?
I assume since I was as young as I can remember, there always being one on a phone.
Okay. And when you, well, Do you know how those systems operated?
I knew how I never used or played with the one that was at that particular residences, but the other ones I knew quite well because we learned at a young age how to turn them off so we could talk to our mother and whoever we wanted to without my father recording it.
And when you say you were aware of that system, where was that system located?
This was the 2954 Villa Rita house. So that one was in the house until my father built a very large, huge wooden shed. And then it was located in the wooden shed. So he had strung a line out there, and that's where the phone was at.
Was the system you were aware of, how did it turn on?
Whenever anyone called or you picked up the phone.
Okay. So was, based on your knowledge of the system, was it a passive recording system?
Yes.
All right. How did you become aware that Alissa had disappeared?
My father called me.
Okay. And you were living locally?
Yes. I was in Chandler.
And what did your father tell you when he called you about her disappearing?
That Alissa was gone and she had left a note.
And that she had left a note? What did you do?
I believe I talked with him for a bit about it, and I came over soon after. I don't know if it was the next day or whatever. I came over a little bit after that.
Did you go into the house?
Yes.
Okay. And did you look around?
Yes.
Did you, again, without saying what, if she said anything to you, did you talk to Sarah about this?
I don't believe so. I think Sarah was either in her room or at her friend's house.
What was Sarah's relationship like based on your observations with the defendant?
How was it? It seemed to be pretty good between her and my father. Yeah.
Okay. And contrast that, or how was Alyssa's relationship with the defendant?
Not good.
You said you came over, you looked around, and then what did you do?
I probably sat down and talked to him about what he was going through in order to try to find Alissa, what things that he'd found out, what's the news, any updates, that kind of stuff.
All right. And then did you assist in trying to locate Alissa?
I think the extent that I did is me and one of my boyfriends, we went around and hung up flyers in the local neighborhood, but that's about as far as we went.
All right. So we've heard from John, we've heard from you. I guess, why didn't you do more to locate Alissa?
I assume my father would be the absolute best person to do it. He seemed to be consumed by it.
Okay. And when we'll get to it a little bit, but the things that your father told you or things your father did, how did you find out about those things?
He told me.
Okay. Did you actually go with him on any trips to California?
No.
Did your father tell you that he received a call from Alissa shortly after she went disappeared?
Yes.
Do you know how long that was?
I think a week or something like that.
What did your father, defendant, tell you about the call?
What he told me initially was there was nothing on the other end except static or garbled or something like that. There was no coherent thing coming from the other side, and he was yelling into the phone, "Alissa, is that you? Alissa, is that you?" until the phone hung up.
So did he tell you he actually spoke to Alissa?
No. There was no conversation between the two of them.
And when he told you this statement about the call, how shortly did he say that the call had occurred? Did he, within a day? Time frame.
I think it was that day or the next. I'm not sure. I think it was that day, though, because it was early, I think, when the call came in.
Judge, we have an issue to address, and we were going to stop a few minutes early. I also have one other issue I'd like to bring up. So can we break now for lunch?
Yes. Can everybody be back at 1:15 rather than 1:30? Yes? Okay. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for lunch now. I'll ask you to be back in the jury room at 1:15. Please remember the admonition. You can leave everything in the courtroom if you'd like. The jury is now excused.
All right, so the jury.
Sir, you're free to step down. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record show the presence of counsel and the defendant. The jury is not present. Counsel, on the issue of restraints, the sheriff's office does have a right to be present. So I'm going to ask Mr. Imberdino or Mr. Bailey to contact the person in your office who represents the sheriff's office and ask them to be here at 10:15 tomorrow to address the issue of restraints. Any concerns with what I've just asked?
No, sir.
Okay. Go ahead.
I think we worked around it, Judge. There's a testimony I want to elicit.
Microphone.
Oh, sorry, Judge. There's testimony I want to elicit from the witness right now. It goes into an area that I believe is inadmissible. So I'm going to lead the witness through that portion of the testimony. I just spoke to defense, and I think they've agreed to allow that, but I'll allow them to make their position.
Any objection?
I will let Ms. Hicks address that because I think there is an issue where I believe it is admissible, and she was going to bring that up with the court. So
Yeah, and it actually, from defense's perspective, and I think that Mr. Bailey is referring to a conversation James had with Alissa that he discussed with the police. From defense's perspective, it comes in under a hearsay exception because it was state of mind, excited utterance, present sense impression. It was a conversation that James describes as where she was upset, visibly upset, sobbing, hysterical, and relays information about how unhappy she was. So, I mean, from just defense's perspective, I think that should come in under a hearsay exception.
When did the conversation happen?
A month prior to Alissa's disappearance.
And the extent of his testimony would be that she had a conversation with him in which she was visibly upset?
Of my testimony or the state's? Of my...
So the state is saying they're trying to avoid some testimony. What is the testimony that you're trying to get into beyond what I just recapped?
Sure. Well, I mean, my testimony is questions about her explaining that she was exhausted, unhappy, what was going on in her life at the time, that she wanted to be independent, that she didn't want to live with her brothers.
And when you say that she was unhappy, what do you expect? Were you going to ask what she was unhappy about?
Well, I don't think that the witness says in his police interview. In the police interview, he says that just simply that she was unhappy. So I wasn't going to ask what she was unhappy about, but I did have a line of questioning about living with the brothers and wanting independence.
Okay. And the state's position is?
So, Judge, here's the issue with this. First of all, Mr. James Turney exercises his right not to be interviewed by defense. I asked him specifically about that issue, about that. It's a walk that they go on. The defendant, Mr. James Turney told me that the incident was that Alissa the defendant put his hand on Alissa's leg in a car. She ran out of the car screaming. She said they went on a walk. She became emotional. She told him that her dad tried something, and because of that, she wanted to get out of the house. So I believe that went into inadmissible areas ruled by this court prior, and so I wanted to avoid eliciting any of that information completely.
So is it your belief that he would testify that she was upset at James or she was upset at her father?
She was upset at her father, and we couldn't narrow down how close the event occurred of when the incident in the car and this walk. The closest we could possibly put it at was a week, so I did not believe it qualified as an excited utterance for that purpose.
Okay.
And may defense respond?
You may.
I guess there's a couple of issues. First, James never once in his defense interview had mentioned this incident in the car. He was specifically asked by the detective whether there was any sexual abuse in the house, and he said no. So it's very concerning from defense's perspective that there's now this new version of events that hasn't been disclosed. We're just learning about it now for the first time. And James never said anything about that being the event that made Alissa was upset during that interview.
Oh, sure.
And it's concerning, Your Honor, that the state hasn't turned over these statements. I mean, this is clearly impeachment evidence. This is a Brady violation. This should have been disclosed to defense because nowhere in James' interview had he mentioned this.
Well, if you're suggesting that a written or recorded statement of the witness exists that wasn't turned over to you, I haven't heard that. So it's not something we're going to resolve at this moment. So, counsel, what I'd like to do is have the state lead the witness, however the state was planning to. Certainly, if the purpose of the cross-examination is to establish that Alissa was unhappy shortly before she disappeared and was anxious for her freedom, we've heard that many times, and I think that that's permissible, but my expectation or my understanding is the defense does not seek to go beyond that.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. And then, Mr. Bailey, is it your argument that somehow the door is being opened as to why, what the witness knew about why Alissa was upset?
That's correct. If that testimony would be elicited from the defense on cross, and the state would, under Rule 106, complete the reason why for that.
Well, based on the prior rulings of the court would find that pursuant to Rule 403, the danger of unfair prejudice would outweigh the probative value. So I would deny the state's request to go there into what Alissa had alleged regarding any sexual issues, but I'll permit the defense on cross if they want to establish that he talked to Alissa a month before, that she appeared to be upset with things at home and was anxious to get out of the house and have her own freedom. We've heard that many times, and I would allow that.
Okay.
Any questions about the court's ruling?
No, Your Honor.
I just have a question in regards to, and obviously, at this point, obviously we haven't asked or filed anything, but for a Brady violation, it doesn't need to be a recorded statement. If it's impeachment evidence, which this would be, it's a conflicting statement to what he said. The state needs to turn that over regardless if it's recorded or written.
You've made your point. Anything else we can address? Let's see. I thought there were a couple of other things that we talked about.
Yeah,
Stanley.
there was a couple other witnesses that I don't know if the court wants to go through them now. I don't know what the state's schedule is this afternoon for witnesses it plans to call next, but there were several that we wanted to make a record of.
And I think I'll do for Natasha, who is a witness that is testifying. We had talked with the state about things that she wouldn't go into. She's not going to go into hearsay, things that she heard. Only the fact that she thought the defendant was controlling, but she can talk about specific instances that she saw, kind of similar to the Jessica Case rulings and Charity Robinson. And the same thing with, I believe it was Michael Stanley. He had opinions about the defendant. They weren't going to ask him about opinions. They weren't going to ask him about that. They were only going to ask about specific instances that he knew about. And also as to cameras, the hearsay and stuff like that, they would not go into. We just wanted to put that on the record.
And then additionally with...
Hold on. Let's just go one at a time. Is that the state agreeing with what Mr. Jackson just said?
Yes, Judge, that's fine.
Okay.
And then additionally with Natasha Larson, there were some statements that she made during the defense interview about hearsay statements that she had heard from Alissa telling her that she's always grounded. And then her opinion that Mike treated Alissa and Sarah differently because Sarah was allowed to do whatever she wanted. From the defense's perspective, the state can't provide enough foundation to be able for her to testify about that because Natasha said that she rarely interacted with Sarah at that time, so she wouldn't be able to lay proper foundation.
Okay. Well, we'll see what the state does in terms of laying foundation. If they ask a question that you believe is objectionable, I'll hear the objection.
And then the last issue is regarding the witness, Mike Stanley. He was I believe, about 2 weeks away from turning 21. He was a manager at the Jack in the Box. He's the individual that they've referenced on the couch. He testified, he did a defense interview where he talked about making out with Alissa and heavy petting. Our concern is potentially he could be opening himself up to some criminal charges based on her being a minor and him being almost 21 years old. And he was also in a position of trust. So I believe he should have an attorney appointed so that they can go through that with him and he can make a decision on whether he feels that any potential charges could come from that.
Did the state want to be heard?
Well, this is not a legal term, but first of all, they were within 2 years of age when this happened, which means that it wasn't a crime because it was consensual, number one. Number two, even if a crime had occurred, the statute of limitations was 7 years from the date the police learned about it, which would have been in 2008 or 2009. So this young man does not have any no charges could be filed at this point, even if a crime occurred.
All right. Any response?
I disagree as to the age. It is quite clearly it is more than 3 years. He was almost 21. She was still 17.
His birthday was May 15th of 1981.
He was 1 week away from.
So he's at least 20.
He was 20 years old.
I think Mr. Imbordino's point is where they're within 2 years of each other.
No, 3 years because he would have been 20 in 2001 and Alissa was 17.
Regardless of that, and also the first time that they learned about the heavy petting was during an interview in 2023, which is the sexual abuse allegation.
The video, Your Honor, was in police possession after the search warrant in 2008.
All right. Well, I'm going to deny the defense request to appoint an attorney for Mr. Stanley. I don't find that there is a likelihood that he would incriminate himself in a way that would result in criminal charges. Anything else?
Nothing from defense.
Anything else from the state?
No, sir.
All right, then we'll resume at 1:15. Have a nice lunch. We are now at recess. Back on the record in State versus Turney, let the record show the presence of counsel and the defendant.
Judge, at break, the witness, James Turney, clarified that he did not say that if the defendant did something sexually, as in the vehicle. He said that Alissa said that her father did something to her. So I expanded upon that. It must have been something that I thought went together. I still thought it was impermissible, which is why I wasn't going to go to that. However, I wanted to correct the record based on what he had told me.
All right. Anything else before we bring the jury in?
Nothing to state, Judge.
I guess scheduling, or do we want to discuss that?
Oh, and then,
Because of the witnesses.
oh, yeah.
Judge, I guess we got to one of the witnesses, John Turney, testified to something that I did not expect him to testify to, which was fine. We do not need another witness to come in and say that now. So we have one less witness today. We are left with, after James Turney, two witnesses. I believe it's Mike Stanley and Jessica Case Lane. So those are who we have. We might finish a little bit early today, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Angela, let's bring the jury in.
And just briefly, Ms. Miranda spoke with us and let us know that she spoke to her supervisor and they were able to remove the leg braces, so we don't need to address that tomorrow.
Excellent. Thank you. And the witness may resume the witness stand if he's in the courtroom. There he is. Thank you. Please be seated. We're back on the record in State versus Turney. Let the record show the presence of counsel, the defendant, and the jury. And witness James Turney is back on the witness stand. Mr. Bailey, you may resume your direct examination of the witness whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you, Judge. We left off with you letting us know about a phone call that the defendant told you about, correct?
Yes.
And you said you could not, there was nothing that he told you that Alissa had said?
Correct.
And that, well, I guess, can you describe that again?
How he described it to me was the other end was either static or garbled. There was no communication back and forth. It was him yelling at the phone, Alyssa, is that you? Alyssa, is that you?
Did that prompt you to do anything?
I said, that must have been, horrible, or I was probably being sympathetic.
Did you return to the house or do anything additional did that prompt you to do anything to search for Alissa or do anything different than what you were already doing?
I felt that my father seemed to, from what he was telling me, have every base covered.
Okay. At what point did you learn that your father had picked up Alissa from school that day, or stated he had picked up Alissa from school that day?
Many years later, I think it was around the time when the police went into the house.
All right. And one moment, Your Honor. And I'm going to lead you through this portion of my question, but did you later on ask your dad what happened to Alissa?
Yes.
And did your father tell you that two people from two electrical workers had killed her?
Yes. From the union, yeah.
Do you recall when he told you that?
I believe it was around 2007.
Okay. I have no additional questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Any cross-examination, Ms. Hicks?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm going to go through some basic background. I know we talked a little bit about it on direct, but again, we're all new here to your family dynamic, and so I want to make sure that everybody understands. So you are Alissa's stepbrother.
Yes.
Your father is Mike.
Yes.
And your father eventually remarried after he and your mother got divorced.
Yes.
You were 12 years old when your father married Barbara?
Yeah, possibly.
About.
Yeah.
And Alissa was 3.5 years old.
Yeah, I think she was under 4 or something like that, yeah.
So about a 10-year age gap.
Yes.
Okay. And you had testified that you were somewhat of a parental figure to her and Sarah.
Like a substitute, yeah.
And when Barbara was diagnosed with cancer, you moved to California to help out with the girls.
Yep.
And after Barbara died, you stuck around to help care for your sisters as well.
Yes.
And eventually everyone moved back to Arizona.
Yeah.
Now, at the time of Alissa's disappearance, you weren't living with your father and the girls.
I was not.
You were living in Tempe.
No, I was living in Chandler.
Chandler, okay. And you lived there up until Alissa's disappearance.
Yes, yes.
So you were still around somewhat.
The last several months before she disappeared, yes.
Okay. So you knew Alissa from when she was little up until when she was a teenager.
Yes.
You had a good sense of her personality.
I would say decent, yeah.
Yeah. What she was like as a child.
Yes.
Now, you described her as somewhat happy.
Yes.
You said she seemed upset about being in the house a lot.
Yes.
She was stubborn,
Yes.
confrontational.
Yes.
You said she was the most difficult of your 6 siblings.
Yes.
In fact, you noticed that she had some difficulties in school.
I believe that's what I was told, yes.
And you told the detective that she was not interested in school.
That was what I've been told, yes.
Is that what you told the detective?
If that's what it says, yes.
Would it help if I refresh your recollection? Okay, just a moment. just let me know when you're done.
Okay.
More?
Sorry.
It's okay. Can you hear it now?
Just take it all the way up. Yeah. We're not
It should
there
be
yet.
done. No.
No. It's talking about she's happy confrontation. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I missed a one in front of it. That's what happened. So, sir, you just listened to a clip that I played you from your police interview, and it was a phone interview in 2008, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in that interview, you said that Alissa was not interested in school.
Yes, that's what I was told.
She had no plans to go to college.
Not to my knowledge.
She had difficulty concentrating in school.
That's what I was told, yes.
Is that what you said in the police?
That is what I said, yes.
And she was on Ritalin at some point?
Not to my knowledge.
Well, that's what you said in the police interview.
That's what I was probably told.
But is that what you said in the police interview?
That I don't remember.
Would it help if I refresh your recollection?
Sure.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Sir, again, you listened to another short clip from your interview. You told the police that she was on Ritalin at some point.
I said I think that she was on Ritalin, or they tried to put her on Ritalin, and that's what I was told, yes.
All right, and then let's move now to the differences between how you and your sisters were raised.
Yes.
So after you moved out, after you and your brothers moved out, your father raised your two sisters,
Yes.
and you noticed that there were some differences in the way that your father raised the girls from the boys.
Yes.
Your father was more lax with some of the rules,
Yes.
but stricter in other ways,
Yes.
like dating.
Yes.
Okay. And you said in your interview that sometimes boys and girls are parented differently.
I believe at the time I believed that, yes.
Is
And I
that-
did say that, yes, I did say that
All
at the time. I have since had children, so.
Yeah. Okay. Sir, you testified on direct that your father called you the day that Alissa disappeared.
I believe so that day.
He asked you to come over to the house.
I believe so.
Do you remember going through the house to see if anything was out of place?
That day is so long ago, and I believe I don't remember exactly what I looked around at, but I don't remember anything being out of place specifically.
So if there was like furniture moved around or holes in the wall, you would
Nothing
have
like
noticed
that at all. No.
You would have noticed that, right?
Their house was specifically less clean than I grew up with, so, and it was very cluttered, so it was kind of hard to tell, but nothing like holes in walls or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
No blood.
No.
You saw your father that day as well.
I did, yes.
You didn't notice any scratches on his face,
No,
bruising.
not that I could see.
No. Just a moment, Your Honor. All right, sir, just a couple of follow-up questions on some of your testimony earlier today from from direct. You had testified on direct that your dad told you something about the union being involved in Alissa's death.
Yes.
Okay. When did he tell you this?
Back in 2007, I think, roughly, yeah.
Okay. Was that over the phone or was that in person?
It was in person.
Okay. Sir, you testified on direct that your father told you about the night that Alissa called on, it would have been May 24th, 2001.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And you testified on direct that your dad told you that there was just static on the line.
Yes, that's what he told me initially, yes.
Okay. And in September of 2008, you would have been 34 years of age?
Okay, yes, yes.
And in September of 2008, you spoke with detectives, and you listened to a portion of that interview earlier.
Yes.
And you told the detective that you didn't know what Michael had claimed Alissa said.
Yes, because she didn't say anything to him.
But that's different from saying that there was just static on the other line.
Well, that's something. He was yelling at the phone. He said it was garbled.
But you told him you did not know what Michael claimed Alissa said.
I did.
Okay. And you never told detectives during that interview that your father only said there was static on the line.
I don't think I went into a deep discussion of it, no.
Okay. So, sir, in 2008, this was the first time that you spoke to police about Alissa's disappearance.
No.
No?
I'd had contact with the other police officers beforehand, just checking in to see if there was anything going on.
But this is the first formal interview, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's the first formal interview. They're asking you questions about your father and Alissa's disappearance, and you didn't think to tell them any more information about the phone call.
The interview was going at a pretty decent clip. I was just answering questions as best I could.
Okay. But you would have known about the static because you had said that on direct that your father told you about it in 2007.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's what I said is what I said back then.
Okay. And so you would have known it when the police talked to you in 2008?
If they had asked me if that I meant was that static, I would have said that it was static.
Okay. But you didn't say anything about static in your 2008 interview?
Did not.
Okay. All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hicks. Mr. Bailey, any redirect?
Just briefly, you were asked questions about Ritalin and some things that you were told about Alissa. How are you aware of Ritalin or any medical diagnosis like that?
My father would have told me. And all the time that I took care of her, I never administered any medication to Alissa.
Okay. And you stated that you went over to the house the day Alissa went missing after your father had called you and told you that?
I believe so.
Do you remember if it was the day that he called you or the next day?
I can't say for 100% certain.
When you went over there, were you looking for signs of blood?
No.
Were you looking for damage inside the house?
No.
What was your purpose for going over there?
To see what was going on, to get more information, see if I could be of any help.
Okay. No additional questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Ladies and gentlemen, any members of the jury have any questions for this witness? It appears that there are none. Thank you, sir. You may resume your seat in the back if you'd like. And the state may call its next witness.
May I check in the hallway?
You may.
May we take a brief break? I think my witnesses are in the restroom.
Sure. You think they're here, they're just indisposed for a moment?
I believe so, because she was my witness
Okay.
was just out there.
All right. You want me to excuse the jury or?
I think for 5 minutes, if you may judge.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a 5-minute recess. I'll ask you to just leave everything in the courtroom if you'd like. Please remember the admonition. The jury's now excused. Please be seated. We're off the record. Counsel, I'm going to a draft of closing instructions. Please be seated. We are back on the record. Let the record reflect the presence of counsel, the defendant, and the jury. Mr. Bailey, the state may call its next witness.
State calls Jessica Lang.
Ma'am, if you'll please come forward. The clerk that's standing to my left is going to get your name, and she's going to swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
And ma'am, if you'll please take a walk up that ramp and then have a seat on the witness stand here to my right. And you'll see there's a little microphone there. If you can just make sure you're speaking into that. Mr. Bailey, whenever you're ready, you may proceed with your direct examination of the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jessica Lang.
Okay. And did you formally call Jessica Chase?
It was Jessica Case.
Case,
yes,
I'm sorry.
When I was in high school.
Yes. And do you currently live locally?
I do.
Right. And where did you grow up?
40th Street in Bell area.
So locally as well?
Local Phoenix, yes.
Okay. Where'd you go to high school at?
Paradise Valley High School.
Right. And do you remember doing a police interview for this case back in approximately 2008?
I do.
Okay. When did you meet Alissa?
It was August, September of 2000. We had a ceramics class together.
Okay. And did you become friends?
We did.
How close of friends were you?
I would say we were pretty good friends.
I apologize. Go ahead.
We instantly clicked. We always wore the same shirts.
So based on that, how often did you spend time together?
We had a class together every day for a semester, and then there were a few times outside of school in that time that we hung out.
Okay. Can you tell us what Alissa was like to you?
Happy, friendly. She just wanted to have fun, like regular teenage girl stuff.
Right. Did she talk to you about her family at all?
She did.
Did you ever see her and her sister interact?
I did.
Yeah. How did they interact when you observed them?
Typical sister stuff. Sarah wanted to do whatever Alissa was doing, so that annoyed Alissa.
Were you friends with a boyfriend that Alissa had by the name of John Lackman?
I was friends with John's friend, Jesus. So
And I say this sometimes. Sometimes lawyers will ask bad questions. I meant to ask, did you know John Lackman?
I did know John.
And was that through a mutual friend? Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Alissa and John interacting together?
Yes.
How did they interact with each other?
Teenage couple doing. I'm not sure how to answer that.
Sure.
Just,
well, did you see them at school?
I did.
Right. And would they talk or have lunch together, things like that?
Yes.
Right. Did while they were together, did you also spend time with them?
I did. Yes.
All right. Did you know any of Alissa's brothers?
I met them, but I cannot say for sure which ones or if it was all of them.
All right. And did you ever meet Alissa's father or stepfather?
Yes.
All right. Did it appear to you that Alissa was closest to any one of her family members?
I do not recall.
Okay. Did you spend time at Alyssa's house?
I did a couple of times, yes.
All right. And what kind of things would you do at Alyssa's house?
We hung out in her room, played with her ferret. I think we watched a movie. I hung out there on Halloween. It was very cold outside and we handed out candy.
All right. Were you personally aware of any video cameras in the house?
Yes.
And were you personally aware of a video recording system for the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you know what day Alissa went missing?
I do.
Okay. What day was that?
It was May 17th, 2001.
Did
The last
you?
day of school.
Oh, I apologize. You said that was the last day of school?
Correct.
All right. Were you going to school with her
Yes.
on that last day of school?
Yes.
And did you actually see her at school that day?
I do believe so, yes.
All right. Do you recall what she was wearing?
A tank top that crossed in the back and shorts. And there was a very specific type of shoe that she had, that
What did you call those types of shoes?
skater shoes.
Okay. What does that mean to you?
I mean, they were specifically designed for skating.
And is that like skateboarding?
Yes.
Okay. What did you see Alissa doing on that last day?
Walking.
Well, was she with anyone else when you saw her?
I do not recall.
All right. Do you recall when you saw her?
At some point, we always had half day on the last day of school. So I saw her at some point because we discussed our plan for the night.
Okay. When you saw Alissa and her boyfriend, Mr. Lackman, together, did you notice any conflict between the two?
Not to my recollection.
And after you saw her that day, did you ever see her again?
I did not.
How did you find out that Alissa was gone?
I spoke with Michael Turney.
All right. And when you say you spoke with Michael Turney, what do you mean by that?
Either I called their house, or he called me.
And do you remember when that was?
It had to have been early afternoon.
Okay. So would it have been the same day of school?
Yes.
Did the defendant make any statements to you about Alissa in that phone call?
Yes. He specifically said, "Where the fuck is she? I know she's with you. Where is my daughter?"
Okay. And did you know where she was?
I did not.
After you found that out, did you ever go to the Turney house?
No, I did not.
Did you do anything to look for Alissa?
I called Michael Turney because he did tell me that he would be organizing a search party, and I had not heard from him. So I reached out, and he dismissed me and said that he would get to me when he had more information for me.
Okay.
Something to that effect.
And one more, Your Honor.
You may.
You said that you saw her, it was a half day at
Yes.
school, last day of school.
Yes.
Do you recall the time that you saw her?
At this time, I do not.
Okay. Do you know if it was in class?
It was not in class. We did not have a class together at that time, but the last days of school were kind of a free-for-all.
Okay. Was it between classes?
I suppose that is a possibility, yes.
All right. And do you remember, were you able to provide any information about when you or Mr. Turney called and you spoke about Alissa disappearing?
I went to my friend's house at probably 7 o'clock, so it was before that, between probably 4 and 6 p.m. And when you spoke about you had plans for the night, what were your plans? Another friend of mine was having a party, and we were hopeful that her and John would be able to come hang out with us.
All right. And have you ever heard from Alissa since May 17, 2001, after that time you saw her between classes?
No, I have not.
And have you ever seen her again since that time between classes?
No, I have not.
I have no further questions, John.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Any cross-examination? Mr. Jackson.
Hi, Jessica. How are you?
Hi.
I just want to ask you a few questions. You testified a second ago that you contacted Mr. Turney to try to help search for Alissa, and he kind of dismissed you. That's what you said, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember telling the detectives in your interview back in 2009 at the beginning that he called you asking if you wanted to help look for Alissa? That is what you told the detectives, correct?
He said that he would be organizing a search party, and then I never heard from him. So I reached out after that because I hadn't heard from him.
Now, you talked a little bit about the recording in the living room, the video camera, correct? How did you know that was there?
I was told about it.
Okay. Do you remember seeing where that camera was in the living room?
Yes, I looked for it.
And did you find it?
Yes.
And how did you find this camera?
I mean, well, whether it was real or imagined, I looked for it, so I knew it was there, so.
But do you remember telling the detectives that you saw a red light in the vent? That's how you knew the camera was there.
If that's what I told the detectives, then that's what I recalled at the time.
Do you have an independent recollection of that now?
I do not.
Do you remember doing an interview with the defense?
Yes.
Do you remember talking about the camera then?
Vaguely.
And that interview was recently? Last few months?
Yes.
And do you remember talking about the camera in that interview? You said vaguely. Do you remember saying anything about that red light?
I do not recall at this time, no.
But you vaguely remember telling the detective, or you don't remember at all about telling the detective that the light is how you knew, the little LED red light?
I know that the cameras were spoken of, but specifics beyond that, I cannot be certain at this time.
Okay. Now, you talked about John Lackman, knowing him, and your friend knew him, and that Alissa was dating him, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe their relationship?
I'm not sure how to. It just seemed like a regular relationship. They did things together. He drove a truck.
Do you remember telling people are overhearing that, or do you remember saying that he made her cry a lot?
No, but that's not surprising. Teenage girls cry a lot.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple questions about her job at that time. Do you know where she worked?
Jack in the Box.
Were you aware if she liked her job?
I do not know.
Do you remember discussions about her job saying that the people there were stupid and she hated it?
I do not recall at this time, no.
Now, I want to ask you again about the call on May 17th. You said you believe that was somewhere between 4:30 and 7 o'clock, correct? That first conversation you had with Michael Turney, her dad.
It would have been closer to like 4 and 6.
Okay, so it was earlier than later. You knew that you were going somewhere and you had plans at 7, correct?
Correct.
Why do you believe that it was closer to this 4 or 5?
Because I would have had to get ready.
Okay. Do you remember telling the detectives that you received a call from her and you were calling her back?
That was how I remembered it. I did not speak with her, but there was a missed call. I saw it on the caller ID and called back. And that's when he...
And that call, how close?
He yelled at me that I knew where she was.
How close in proximity is that missed call to when you called her back or called the number back?
Within a couple of hours.
Could it have been shorter time, longer time? I mean,
it could not have been more than a couple of hours.
Could it have been 15, 20 minutes?
That is possible, yes.
And so when you called back, he answered, correct?
Yes.
And he seemed pretty angry?
Yes.
He's yelling at you? He's trying to find out where his daughter is?
Yes.
He thinks you have her?
Yes.
He actually says, where the fuck is she?
Correct.
I know she is with you?
Correct.
Where is my daughter?
Correct.
How long did that conversation last for?
I do not recall.
After you told him that she wasn't with you, you guys started having other discussions, correct?
I do not recall at this time.
Do you remember him telling you about a runaway note?
Yes, he did tell me that there was a note.
And then when that conversation, when was the next time that you spoke with him?
Within a week, I would say. Maybe a few days.
And that's when he reached out to you to ask you if you wanted to help search?
No, I do believe that he offered to organize a search party when I spoke to him that day.
That very first conversation, you think that's when that happened?
I believe so.
Now, you also, do you ever remember seeing any flyers around?
I remember seeing 2 flyers in the area.
There was one at Jack in the Box?
Yes.
And one at Walmart?
Yes.
And when did you see those?
I cannot be certain.
And you actually took one of the flyers, correct, off the Walmart wall?
I did.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Any redirect, Mr. Bailey?
Why did you take that flyer off the Walmart sign?
I'm not sure. I was just angry about the whole situation, I suppose.
What do you mean you're angry about the whole situation?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
That she would run away without me.
Okay. And did you know that she ran away?
I did not know.
Okay. And this runaway note, did you ever see it?
I saw it when the police interviewed me in 2007.
Did you ever see it when the defendant had it?
No.
Okay. Did I guess the question that I'm asking you is the information that you believed or knew about as far as what happened to Alissa after you saw her at class, where did you get that from? Did someone else tell you that? Sure. Did the information, the things that you testified to about a note and things like that, was that information that was provided to you by the defendant?
Yes.
And this call that you have that you missed, that you said you saw on the caller ID, did you ever hear a voice message for that?
I did not.
Do you know who made that call?
I do not.
Okay. It was just a number that you saw on your voicemail?
It was the caller ID.
I apologize.
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Ladies and gentlemen, any members of the jury have any questions for this witness? It appears that there are none. May the witness be excused. Any objection? Mr. Jackson, any objection? Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused.
Get my next witness.
You may. Sir, if you'll please come forward. If you'll please come forward and approach the woman who's standing to my left, she'll get your name from you and swear you in.
Spell your first and last name.
Michael Allen Turney, M-I-C-H-A-E-L-S-T-A-N-L-E-Y.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Sir, if you could please take a walk up that ramp and then have a seat on the witness stand here to my right. And you'll see there's a microphone right there. If you can just make sure you're speaking into it. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Bailey, whenever you're ready, you may proceed with your direct examination of the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please introduce yourself?
Michael Allen Stanley.
And where do you live? Do you live locally?
Yeah, I live here in Phoenix, North Phoenix.
All right. And how long have you lived in Phoenix?
Since 1990, so 21 years.
Where did you live before that?
Northern California.
All right. Do you know, where'd you go to high school?
Greenway High School.
And do you recall doing a police interview for this case back in approximately 2009?
Yes.
All right. How did you know Alissa?
Through our work.
Okay. And when you say work, where did you work at?
Jack in the Box at 40th Street in Bell.
Okay. What was your job title for that position?
Shift manager.
Right. And what were your, well, how long did you work with Alissa?
A few months, I believe.
Okay. And did you manage her?
Yes.
All right. Why don't you tell us a little bit about how that interaction occurred with you and her at Jack in the Box?
Well, I mean, initially it started off as, of course, not knowing her at all, and but training her at various jobs around the store, but mainly for customer service, working with working at the front counter or in the drive-through, and then from there, she became more independent, and I didn't have to, interact with her as much.
What was Alissa like at work?
I mean, like anybody at the beginning, they don't know their way around, and I have to teach them some things. But eventually, she became very productive and smart, funny at times.
Was she a reliable employee?
Absolutely.
And did you know any of did you meet any of Alyssa's family?
Not that I'm aware of.
No. Okay.
At work.
All right. And at some point, did you go to Alyssa's house?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
I'm not sure what the scenario was. If more than likely we got off at the same time from work and I gave her a ride home.
Okay. And then what did you do when you went to her house?
We came through the door and met whoever was there, and then proceeded towards her bedroom and interacted. And then at a certain time, we were ushered to the couch to hang out there. And then we were there for a little while, and then again ushered out of the house. I was told to leave.
All right. Were you aware of video surveillance in the house?
In the house, no.
Okay. So you said you were ushered into the house, or
into her room. Like we walked in, and there may have been some pleasantries greeting who may have ever been there, like her sister or father, but she wanted to be alone. So we went, that's what I meant, ushered towards her room by her. And then we were ushered out of her room by, I'm not sure if it was probably her dad that said, we were in there and the door was closed. So he said, more or less go out on the couch where you're not isolated.
okay.
And that's what we did.
So when you went to her house with her that night, there was other family members were present.
Yes.
Okay. And we didn't talk about approximately when was this?
A date or time?
Well, the best you can as far as a date.
The date, I'm assuming it was late to mid-spring of 2001.
All right. And, well, how long did you work at Jack in the Box?
From September of 1999 to late spring, early summer of 2001.
All right. So you're brought into the house. You're asked at some point to go into the front room.
Yeah, I mean, they're right there, as you walk in the door initially.
Okay, and then what do you do?
Say hi, and then am ushered by her towards her room.
Okay. I guess the confusion I'm having is, so you went inside, you and Alissa went to her bedroom?
Yes.
And at some point you were asked by an individual you believed was her father to
Right.
leave the bedroom?
Right. It was because the door was closed in her bedroom, and I believe there was a knock, but no opening the door. Just, it said, you guys need to come out to the living room, more or less.
Okay. And then while you were in the living room, what did you do?
Made out.
Okay. And was it anything significant, I guess?
In my heart or in my mind? I'm not sure what you mean.
I guess physically. That's a good ask for a clarification there.
I'm not really sure.
The nature of it.
It didn't last too long before I was told to leave. So.
All right. So you have what you called as a make out on the couch, and then you were asked to leave. Who was that by?
Michael Turney, her father.
Okay. So at that point, do you leave?
Yes.
All right. And after that, did you ever see Alissa again?
I did not, no.
Okay. And did you go back to work
yes.
after that? And so it's fair to say Alissa was never at work again.
It is fair to say that, yes.
You quit or left Jack in the Box. Did you leave Jack in the Box shortly after
Yeah, I would assume so.
You said your tenure at Jack in the Box was from, I believe it was 1999 to about the summer of 2001.
Correct.
Summer, spring 2001.
Correct.
Why did you end up leaving Jack in the Box?
Shortly before that, in 2001, I was diagnosed with spina bifida, and I had been having some unresolved medical complications, and I could not work anymore due to the intensity of those medical complications.
So the proximity with you also quitting Jack in the Box had nothing to do with anything that went on with Alissa?
Absolutely not.
When were you informed that Alissa, or found out that Alissa was gone?
When I was first interviewed?
And would that have been in 2009?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Cross-examination, Mr. Jackson.
Just briefly, you had said that you likely went over there because you guys had got off at the same time. Do you remember what Alyssa's typical schedule was back then?
Well, considering she was a high school student and underage, she was always working after her day at high school ended, so roughly 3 p.m. Unless it was the weekend, then I'm assuming she could come in anytime she wanted. But because she was a minor, she could not work past midnight.
It was midnight? We've heard possibly that it was 10 a.m. Is midnight as late as you can work as a minor, under your impression?
Absolutely, yeah.
Mr. Jackson, could you adjust that microphone so it's near you? Thank you.
I then want to ask you, do you know about what time you went over to her house?
In the evening time.
Do you know about how long you were there?
No more than 2 hours.
Do you remember being asked to leave because it was 1 o'clock in the morning?
No, I don't.
And how old were you at the time this was going on?
Either 19 or 20.
Okay. And she was 17?
Correct.
And I believe in your interview, you said that you guys were making out and heavy petting. Does that sound familiar to you?
Sure.
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Any redirect, Mr. Bailey? Ladies and gentlemen, any members of the jury have any questions for this witness? It appears that there are none. May the witness be excused. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may be excused.
Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the good news is that we are running ahead of schedule, and as a result, we're out of witnesses for the day. That means you get to go home early. I'll ask you to be back at 10:30 tomorrow, and please take everything with you as you leave the courtroom. Please remember the admonition. Have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow at 10:30. The jury's now excused. Please be seated. Let the record show the presence of counsel and the defendant. Jury's not present. Anything for the record from the state?
Just a couple of things, Judge. First, since we're done early today, the Detective Anderson and I need to open a couple of exhibits to help me get individual items marked for the testimony of Detective Summershoe tomorrow. Your clerk asked that I ask you to order that happen. Normally, if I just open it in front of the clerk, it's okay, but I'm following her wishes.
Sure, it's fine, and if defense wants to be present while that happens, they're welcome to be present.
The second question I have, which you're probably going to say, well, let's wait and see what happens, but
apparently you know me.
I have, the next 2 or 3 witnesses, and so that I don't belabor my objections, and I'm doing this as in a polite manner as I can. So defense asked a witness, did you tell the police X? I've tried a couple of different objections to that, foundation, hearsay. And your response has been, you can address it on redirect. What I'm having difficulty with is what a witness said to the police is hearsay unless you're using it to impeach them or refresh their recollection. And when the witness says, that's what I was told, it's obvious, to me at least, that somebody told them that, which means they don't have personal knowledge. So I'm going to continue objecting, and I'm assuming you're going to continue to overrule my objections, but I just wanted you to understand where I'm coming from. Because it's apparent to me that defense is asking these questions because they want the jury to believe that what the witness says that they were told is the truth. So it's obviously being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, not to impeach the witness. And so consequently, I will draft a limiting instruction to that effect. But I'm likely to make some objections tomorrow. I wanted you to understand why I was doing it.
Thank you. Anything else that the state wanted the court to address before we break for the day?
No, sir.
Anything else from the defense?
Just briefly on that matter, Your Honor, I believe, at least for my witnesses, and I can say some for Ms. Hicks also, the witness is now saying, I was told that. That's not what they were telling police back then. So it's different that in the interview, if they said, I was told X, Y, and Z, that's not the case. They're saying X, Y, and Z, and now on the stand saying, well, that's what I was told. That's the impeachment element of that. And so I think I'll make sure clear when I ask the question that this is what you told the detective and it's not what you were told, so we can clear that to make sure that that's more clear, I guess, for the record.
Duly noted. Anything else from the defense?
No, I guess we discussed we don't need to bring that other issue up. So, no, nothing else. Thank you.
Okay. Then, counsel, I'll ask you to be... Oh, go ahead.
And I neglected to bring it over. You have a copy of my PowerPoint. You were going to... Because Detective Summershoe, I anticipate, will be introducing some of the clips from primetime because he observed it, one of which they objected to that I showed in my opening statement, and you said you would look at it. I have a separate clip. I forgot to bring it with me. The PowerPoint has been marked as an exhibit.
I thought that you were sort of holding a marked exhibit yesterday that I think you were suggesting was the clip. Is that... It looked like it had been marked. My recollection is it had a green tag.
That's an audio.
Oh no, that was the call from Lynette and Sarah that they didn't get into.
Right, and you were going to listen to that. But I also thought you were going to watch the clip of when John Turney says to the defendant, "Did you molest Alissa?"
I think it is a good idea for me to watch that before I hear you argue it, and I'm happy to do that if you can provide it to me.
Yeah, I will bring it It's in the PowerPoint, which is marked. I'll bring the separate clip in the morning.
Okay, if you can just bring it as early as possible so I can watch it before you all get here.
Sure.
And I think there was something else that we tabled until we were going to get into that was, and I don't know if you were doing it with Summershoe or Anderson about his refusal to do an interview, but then saying in the illness. Is that tomorrow, or are you doing that with him?
Probably with Detective Anderson.
We can take that up for him. There was a clip that they're trying to play, and a letter that they're saying comes in that he said that he would do an interview with police if there was a polygraph for the detectives and different things. Our objection was that was eliminated out, and it also comments on his right to remain silent. So I don't know.
Okay, well, if there's anything you think I need to see before you argue that, please provide a copy to me.
There's a ruling by Judge Ryan Tuhill on the defendant's lack of cooperation with police.
I would be happy if you provided that ruling to me. She'd made a lot of rulings in this case.
I'll do it.
And just scanning the Raji's, I thought there was a standard regarding the victim's right to refuse an interview. Now I don't see it. So if you draft a proposal, that would probably be the best way to get that to me.
Sure, thanks.
Anything else, counsel?
No.
Nothing further.
Just as let's go off the record. We're off the record. Just as I'm putting